Welcome back to Satisfactory. I don't know how long we're going to go today, but we've got a lot to do. It's just sort of standing in the Mega Factory. That's all spoiler alerts over there, so don't look over there if you don't want to see the spoilers. But today I think we need to, at the very least, get some more iron into the Mega Factory. We want to put in a double wide belt bridge. I'm enjoying the way this belt bridge kind of looks and the thought that it's like Mega Factory, side factories, and then this is just sort of bringing things in. And then we have our train station over here. But I think we need to make this bigger because I can see a problem with our current version. We need to add some canisters to our fuel factory. And then we should upload fuel. Then we need to make frames and stators in the Mega Factory with the hopes of then making some more batteries. Yeah, and it's going to take 1,000 frames and 600 stators to make that stuff. So that's why we want to have that part of the Mega Factory. So where do we want to start? More iron in the Mega Factory. One thing we could do is just look at this. So half of these are green and the other half are yellow. Let's just do a simple injection. When we go forward, we'll do this more formally. But for now, I think we could just 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's getting kind of sparse down here, so we'll just drop you in like this and get you going like that. Ow. Then we'll just get this going in here. That should be a good chunk of additional iron to get the rest of this smeltery smelting nicely. We'll just believe in that's working for now. We'll double check on it after we build our double wide belt bridge. Is there a reason to use the 5? Should we use the 5 or should we stick to the 4? Yeah, let's stick with the 4. Let's find our current sky bridge. So the problem I have with this is that it has this centerpiece, which is all well and good until you want to upgrade it. And it's almost impossible to upgrade a center item like this. But in order to have more, it makes more sense to split it. What's the easy way to do this? I'm gonna try a little basic foundation here. Should I go 2 up or 1? It's no longer a low sky bridge. We're going to be honest with ourselves here. We're having a hard time finding a snap point. Give ourselves a little more room than that. That still works, because this edge connects to this edge, which means this pylon is still perfectly legitimate. Do we want to make the power here, though? Or do we want to put, like, a light there? The real question is, if we want to double wide this, well, I can see an easy way to do that. Let's drop this center post. So that way when it comes time to upgrade, we can run down the middle and pull the upgrade. I need to make more room for designers. Let's pull in or save this. Wait, why is it not? All right. I think I can, at the very least, delete all of this. And then put in this again to X. See if we can re-put this in right next to it. We'll delete this light bar so because we don't need a light bar where we can't see it. And then we'll just replace all of this. I guess 4 is the most we can squeeze in here. By definition, we wouldn't be able to have something in the middle and not in the middle at the same time. But this way, it's just possible to upgrade it. And then... how high do we want to go? I mean, we're just making this the resource bus for the whole factory. Let me take to the air so you can see what I'm looking at. So there's a halfway decent amount. Of resources right around here. And we don't have to pull them all in today, but eventually you're going to want access to a lot of this stuff. So that's our current sky bridge right there. But if we want to extend this, look at all those nodes. So many nodes. Coal. We know there's quartz crystal over here. Iron. There's copper. There's so many nodes where if we just extended this just straight like that, and then we could branch off and grab all that stuff. You know, it might make sense for us to put in some hypertube action. I just wanted you to see the reference point I was working from. So yeah, let's put some hypertubes in. I guess if we put 3 in on each side, that's more than enough. It's unlikely we're going to need 6 individual hypertubes. Okay. I mean, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4. It's nice seeing a train moving back and forth. That gets us 4, 8, 16 potential lines. Is that enough, though? Do we want a pipe system in this? I mean, I could peel one of these off and then leave room for a pipe. I don't know for a fact that I want that or that I'll use it, but trying to eliminate regret. is 2 pipes really enough? The only oil I know of is right here. Unless I want to pipe in some water. Which... we've got enough alternate recipes that would make that somewhat interesting. Copper ingot, if we mix it with some water, we can dramatically extend the useful life of that. There's water over here that we could pull. There's water over here we could pull. This water option's kind of interesting. I could put water here. Oh, see, now that's the interesting thing. If I run here, can I upgrade this? I'm trying to make sure that whatever we do, it's upgradable. So if we had 4 pipes on top, 600 each, that allows us for 2,400 units of some liquid. And then 20 belts worth of stuff. And then if we want to upgrade it, we can upgrade it on this line. I guess we could upgrade the pipe. Well, no, we're not going to ever want to upgrade the pipe because Mark II is the best pipe in the game. And we're just building the Mark II pipe. So that simplifies that. And then we could upgrade this. Okay, I think we're done. Done. Skybridge upgraded. We've got our new fuel factory, and it is working. A good chunk of those videos will be released over the course of the next week. But we need to add a few canisters to that. One, so I can take everyone's advice and use packaged fuel instead of solid biomass in my jetpack. It's the most consistent piece of advice I've been getting lately. Get away from solid fuel. Redo MTF, how you doing, buddy? Where was I going? Containers. I remember now. There's interesting nodes over here. Primarily the limestone's the only one that really catches my eye. The rest of it's kind of blah. But I could be convinced to pipe in some water Could be interesting. I'm realizing that I need something that I'm not going to have access to. We're going to have to stop back over here. See if we can get a... Hell yeah, let's get it from here. I need to clean that stuff up anyway. I am going to endeavor to clean up most of the spaghetti during this live stream. It's gonna be a lot, but we've got a lot on our list to complete. But I just wanted to stop there and get the materials for a storage container. Ooh. I probably also need a little bit for a belt. Ooh, we need some encased beams. We're gonna need just a tiny bit of belt. Maybe we've got it in here. Yeah, we do. Give me just a chunk of that. Beautiful. So this part's definitely spoilers. Because we're about to get into the refinery. Phase 1. And I said I wanted to add canisters because 2 reasons. We do have a closed loop system here. But this guy's not totally... We're sending empty canisters in and we're getting fuel canisters back. They get unpackaged and then that fuel gets sent out over there to get burned. But for this to be fully functional, it needs to always have canisters on the belt, and that is not the state that we're currently in. So we're just gonna add a chunk of canisters to this and to here. And we'll do that until it fills up. And we'll maybe grab a little bit of... Oh, that's right. I forget about the digital depot. So convenient. You forget about how convenient it is. We'll set aside 1 industrial storage container exclusively for personal use fuel. And the rest of it we'll leave to making power. I do have a request here to upload fuel, which I did not do. I left that good stuff. in my empty. Where did I drop all my stuff? Ugh, where did I drop all my stuff? Did I drop it off at the hub? No, I dropped it off with the crystal oscillator so I wouldn't forget where I put it. It's a system that worked just a little later than I would have expected. Let's see if we have the digital depot stuff. We do. All right, yeah, let's pop back over there. What we'll do, instead of storing all of that fuel, which is a bit much, technically speaking, that fuel generator is pretty finely tuned, right? We're using exactly 600 oil. We need to do a slight overclocking of our refinery to make exactly 30 units worth of heavy oil residue. So then we can pack and unpack it, send it over to these burn areas. So a little... The problem is, this is not a long-term solution because we need empty containers, and when you use jetpacks, the containers don't come back. So we'll leave that as a future problem, right? Until we get a secondary place where we're making advanced fuels, we'll just upload this. Okay. I like this setup. Let's see, where are we on our to-do list? We added more iron. We got our double wide bridge. We added canisters. We uploaded fuel. Mega frame, mega stators, and gin circle batteries. If you want to have it totally spoiled for yourself, this is the gin circle over here. At some point, I think I want to put a power tower in the middle of this. Store the extra power that we're making right now. Whenever we're adding new power, I run from like... Oh yeah, stacking up. I'm definitely thinking about stacking up on... copper ingots. I know you still need a mass amount of copper powder. So that's the reason why all of these little industrial storage containers are the way they are, is so we can choose to stack up on stuff. So good point, totally in agreement. Like that's why all these storage containers are dedicated to the storage of copper wire, and half of these are cable and the other half is copper sheets. So I mean, if I look over here, we already have a good chunk of copper sheets. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 7, 60,000 copper sheets, which might not be a lot, but it's something. Let's check in on our smeltery change and see if we're... Oh yeah, we got a lot more green lights. Why are we yellow down here? Oh, I know the answer to this question. They're having trouble evacuating their merchandise. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's been one of the problems that I've had with a lot of my runs, is making enough for whatever task was most immediately right in front of me. This time around, I've made a concerted effort to make sure that there's plenty of storage. Like right now, we're going to add some additional iron. If this is the right level, I can't tell. It's either this one or this one. Well, needs to be one less than that. What is that, 16? Let's see here. 16, 14, maybe 14. That looks better, but it still looks a little angled. Oh, I didn't have straight mode turned on. Let's make it straight. A bunch of these smelters are no doubt full of stuff now. I gave them twice the iron and didn't give them an additional way to get rid of it. But now we've done that. This bottom lane's gonna be full for a while. And it's gonna drop into our iron ingot storage. We might need to double up on some of these connections. Though this guy is telling me that that's not true because they look like they're paused. What's going on here? Oh, we've got multiple entry points. That's why. There we go. The industrial storage container is my favorite splitter merger, but it requires some particular levels of tender loving care, but it's working now. So that just means we're making a ton more encased beams, of which we've got storage. Yeah, we got like a lot. All right, let's see if we can make some other stuff here. We've got mega frames and mega stators on our list. Let's look at what the stators are looking like. I know we've got plenty of pipe. Stators. There's an alternate recipe, but I don't think I like the alternate recipe. I haven't seen it. But I think I'm going to stick with the basics. Pipe and wire. Mm-hmm. Technically, I should probably leave room for the some smelting. So let's try to keep that in mind. Well, now I'm starting to feel like I'm skipping ahead. Well, the other thing is that we don't actually have our copper ingot set up because we don't have any copper on our sky bridge over here. I think it's okay to go ahead and put these in. Our starter factories will provide us enough to at least get started. Oh wait, that's a constructor. Uh-huh. We are making stators. What happened there? I don't understand how everything finds a way to come in upside down. Steel pipe plus wire. Nothing like a little rotation and turn a cross into a plus. Let's save this to the right one. Infinity Assembler Compacted. Infinity Assembler Stator. Typically we put 7 of these in place. 7 times 4. Oh man, we could probably put in... Oh wait, these are slowed down. Hold on. 7 times 40. $280. If we did times 2, 560. We would be just over what we could do with a single belt if we put in 2 rows of these. 2 rows of these though, man, that's only 5 times 14, 70 stators per minute. I mean, do we need a whole floor just making stators? I don't want to go that big. I do feel obligated to make more than just 7 machines worth, though. How many stators per minute do you think we need? That's the question. At the very least, we've already scheduled ourselves for 640. I think we're going to need... Let's look at the ratios. Steel pipe is actually quite manageable. I know, really, we need to do something with all these screws. We got tons of screws. Looks like we could use some steel pipe production as well. Oh, we are nowhere near where we need to be for this. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 times 2. 1,400 iron ingot input per minute. I think we're depending on belt upgrades to get the other half of this. Maybe I put in another row of steel pipe. And it looks like we need more ore. Whatever line we're currently using isn't. It's over tapped. We've got 6 lines of ore so far. This is when I first started experimenting with this. Oh, we've got some Mark III action here. I think just making that one upgrade is going to make the whole thing a little better. Let's start with, we'll save this. A single row of this. Biggest one is 40. 40 times 7, 280. So yeah, we're fine. We're going to split this in the other direction. Is it? I don't mean for it to sound like that. So now we've got both versions of the stator, so we can put them in side by side. This is technically wrong now, but I think it's fine. Okay, so let's budget ourselves some steel pipe action. Oh, am I reverbing? Uh-oh. I definitely don't mean to be. Hold on. Huh. Maybe there was a little change that I didn't notice. We'll have to investigate that after this. All right, given that, we now have encased industrial beams that we need to get. Luckily, we know we've got tons of those. Obviously, any input that ends up being the build material for belts, I tend to go overboard on. I hate not being able to build a belt. I could probably pull quartz crystal in. I'll let that regenerate while I grab these iron plates. It would be cool if you could have your voice change to the environment in the game. That would be pretty immersive. Where are we? Yeah, so this is still the spaghetti that I keep claiming I'm going to clean up. Uh-oh. No, wait. I got a secondary storage of these. Always prepared. And then I gotta think we gotta grab some quartz crystal. You know, sometimes you just have to stop and take the screenshot. Right. Yeah, if we were playing multiplayer and using the in-game, it could probably take all that into account. I should try to get a multiplayer version of this going. I try to get some of my friends who aren't really into factory games to play this. They're like, it's cool, but I don't see the point. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like the best game ever. We'll just put in a little bit more steel pipe production to support our stator production. So we could then make frames, which means we need to make reinforced plates, which means we get to use our screws. I'm getting greedy. I should have landed a long time ago. Oh, totally missed. Well, at least we didn't get run over by the train. At least not yet. So, over here. I think we should just put this right back in. Steel pipe 7. Perfect. Can I use the blueprint snap to my advantage? Nope, that's the wrong one. That's encased beams. I don't want that. There we go. It's all about finding that build rhythm. Done. And then we'll have to double back and power this whole thing. I guess I should go straight down. I like what I did there. Try to put this right under here. And then there should be one we can connect there. And then... that's the output. Here's the input. Can we find more iron ingots to hook into this thing? We might be short on iron ingots, actually. Whoa. For whatever reason, I blocked that part of the factory off. Oh, I guess we should fix the alignment of this belt. I obviously left myself a message. Oh, yeah. Ugh. What in the world? Right now, though, we're trying to get iron ingots to here. We'll extend our iron ingot storage one more. Why is this one... I'm surprised this belt's not moving. There we go. We just didn't have enough throughput. That blueprint is all Mark III belts, so we had to just do a quick upgrade. These guys are in the way. No other way to put it. That could have been bad. How do we want to connect this? I have this output. Crosses this, unfortunately. One solution could be to change this one to connect to here and then have this one connect over there. But we would still need a secondary. Hey, that wasn't bad. First try, I guess it's a little short. What is this? 10? Let me just try this one more time. Try it with... That looks flatter. Two of them are going in here. But I don't think two are going around. So we should probably do a little something like that to get more on this side. And then this one is now ready to go. Uh-oh. I should probably fill that hole in. Oh, man. My powers of eyeballing stuff is working out pretty well today. It's always nice when in the distance you can hear a new factory coming online. Knowing that some part of what you're doing is logically connected and actually working. Though I'm expecting to see a lot more ingots on this belt than I'm seeing. All right, yeah. Please enjoy your work. Thanks for hanging out, though. All right. I think that we are, in fact, making good progress. The first machines still get all the advantages, but there's double the inputs now, so more machines will have an opportunity. Get a little underlighting going here, though this lighting actually costs us power. I think I can safely just loop these in. Let's see what the numbers look like. And we're making 480. We're making 25 per minute. 25 times 7 times 2. $350. We could theoretically run into some issues having both of these on the same output. But I think I'm willing to run that risk for now. We should have aluminum belts by the time that becomes a real issue. So up here we're dropping in pipes from the Mega Factory, and then here we're dropping in pipes from the Starter Factory, the Church of Steel Pipes over there. So that is looking pretty good, actually. I'm tempted to leave this and build the stators on their own line, so if we want to expand it later, we have that option. I'm thinking a stator factory can go in right here. We're short on copper sheets and encased beams. Luckily, I know where we can get a ton of both of those. Rotors, huh? Actually complaining about concrete as well. Ooh. Short on steel. That's going to be the annoying one. You know, I could probably just grab this concrete from right over here pretty easily. Digital Depot is always nice, but 10,000 concrete that you can just pick up instantly and decide what you want to do is probably better. Oops. The upload speed of the Digital Depot's making that room not as cool as it could be. It could be much better. Let's see. So the steel beams are really the one that I'm thinking about. Though we could be in trouble on the reinforced plates because we didn't have a ton of them the last time we visited. And encased beams are terrible at stacking. Let's jump out, grab some steel. We obviously didn't need full power. While we're here, we might as well put a little effort into the awesome sink. I also want to take a look at the Caterium finish. I need rotors. Where are the rotors? There's probably some rotors in here. We'll just rob this guy. Uh-oh.
I don't know. Have a good day.
What's the recipe for stators again? Just... Right. Pipes and wire. Which is why we made that additional steel pipe. We'll put in these stators. Man, I need to do some additional exploring. And I'm probably not going to do that today, but I want more Summers loops. Summers loop? Summers loop. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. And then I also want... Oh, you know, we could build our little power shard vending machine. We're at 100% storage. Which is never good. It's always better to be collecting power than to not be collecting power. Which one of these is the right one? I'll know it by the direction of this output. Okay. Looks like we're going to start with A. Or B, actually. All right, and then I think we could put in a line for the other side. Blueprints, bing, bam, boom. Oh, I had this as a B because what? I don't think I need it to be the other direction though. I could just put this in again. There's really no reason to shift it around. Yeah, I think I'll just put this in again as a B. I guess 1 tap is the right amount and 2 taps is too many. Alright. Looks like even 1 tap could be too many. I need to find the new launch point for this to work. A slight midair slowdown. We're only outputting, what, 35? So really we don't have any issues regarding inputs. These inputs, though, need to be on their own. I might try to give this some room. Uh-oh. What's going on here? There we go. One of those is pipes and one of those is copper wire. Now the problem is these two things are very far from each other as far as factory placement goes. I've got a vertical row that we're trying to maintain. But I guess we have to use that here. I guess we could have kind of like a mini bus. And this is all copper wire. It's kind of overflow from our starter factory. I don't know why I'm leaving this hole. At some point I will regret this, but I guess for now, might as well just put kind of a 2-level copper wire bus right here. We come out to, say, here. That's all the output that we have available to us. So then we can put these two connections of copper wire up and over down a 2-bus deep conveyor mount solution here. Now, do I want to put this on the top, or do I want to leave ourselves some room to ship more stuff? What else are we making? Frames. What do you need to make frames? Bolted frames, we could use that or that. Either way, we need that. Which that is going to require screws. Screws and lots of them. 7 units of that is what? 1,700? Divided by 480? It's like 5 belts. No, 4 belts. I might be able to do something at 4 belts. I think I'll leave myself a reminder to leave space here. So when it comes time to upgrade this, we at least have a shot at being able to click through the upgrade. Just making sure these are the same height. I guess I could go one more down. It's getting kind of low, but there's still plenty of clearance for running around. Ew. That's not the right angle. I'm tempted to say that I need a blueprint for this. Let's see if we can whip out a reasonably helpful blueprint. I'm curious to see what happens if, like, I put in some walls, right? Go up like this. And we just grab this amount right here. Actually, I should probably make this the same height. Which I did, just intuitively. And then go like that. Then we'll go like logistics. Conveyor wall mount. Doesn't really matter vertically where this aligns. Or horizontally. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six. Then we'll just delete all of this like that. Save this as the 6 ceiling mounts. No guarantee this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. So it'll be much easier. Oh, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go on this side just to be on the safe side. Oh, really? Ah, it doesn't like that wall. I think I'm just going to have to expand this factory by one more foundation. Kind of need all the space we can get. I think I only put this wall in early because I wanted to see how things would look in the dark. And this is all before we have a truly dedicated smeltery for copper. So, not bad, really. What else do we need? We need pipe. Probably a whole couple of lines just for pipe as well, right? $560? Really? Oh no, but there's only one of these, so there's exactly 7. Alright, so yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Let's figure out how we want the pipes to work. Like, where are they? Where are they coming from? We really don't have enough pipes. How is that possible? $15 times 14, 210. So one full belt of pipe would service twice what we have, no problem. I'm just surprised by the... I expect us to have more pipe going. Not necessarily at this stage of the game, but... I don't know, I feel like we just built another... We added to our pipe capacity. Actually, you know what? Let's check our little... Let's check our church. The dojo of steel pipe. Maybe there's like a little overclocking we can do over here. Oh yeah, we've got this set up to be like a contemplative area of awesome. Wait a minute. Why can't ramp this up like that? Because these are being fed right here. This is gonna take calculations. If I just decided to go all the way, what am I looking at? $500 iron ingots. Outputting 62.5. 500 iron ingots, though. I don't think I'm going to have the overclock capacity on me to do this. It's 30. How many machines do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 500 divided by 8. Where's my 8 not working? Oh, my numlock is off. 62.5 each. How are we on the supply side for iron ore? Well, there's still some capacity here. This is pausing, and this is probably a full container. Yep. All right. It would be easier to just overclock this. We got to get these numbers up to 500. So we want 500, 500 minus 500 minus. So the base is all right. There's 3, 6, 8 machines. They're doing 240, 30 each, minus 240. It's 260. 260 divided by 30. Going to be a lot of overclocking. Let's just start off by giving everybody 1. Ooh, loud. So that's 45 times 8. 360. Ugh, we're not even close. I think this is our... Oh no. We gotta find our Summers loop. Hopefully we left it... Yes. Let's drop this in here. We'll change you to yellow. Then we'll get our yellow power slugs. We got 12 of them. That's a lot of shards. I originally built this to be a place of contemplation. So all the belts were nice and slow and arcing in perfectly. And I know that there's a section under here where I went out of my way to make the belts extra slow as well. That's a whole nother problem. Whether this iron ore will hold up is a whole different question. These are only Mark III belts though. Ugh. What is going on there? You know, this is how it begins. You think you're gonna do just one little thing. Before you know it, you're upgrading half the factory. Why are you having such a little amount? They're taking the biggest chunk of split. These four are sharing 1/3. There we go. We should have a good chunk of power shards waiting for us now that we've properly duplicated all of our power shard output. 48. Yeah. That's usable. So it's 45 times 7 plus 75. $315 plus 75. I keep hitting times. 390. We're shooting for 500. $75, 45, 45, 75 even, 75 plus 1, even, 45 plus 1, even. Okay, so now we're at 75 times 4, 45 times 4. 300, 45 times 4. It's just short. We need 20 more. Neither one of these is getting enough. Maybe my belts are slow. Let me check my input belts. No, these are about where they need to be. I have to say I'm a little confused. 500 is actually a little too much for this belt. 20%, but I guess it's fine. We'll figure it out. Either way, more is being sent. Why it's not keeping up though? Oh, it's not keeping up because it's exactly 500 and the belt's only doing 480. So we're not gonna get perfect representation on this little addition until we upgrade belts. Good luck on remembering to do that. All right. All that to say, we're making stators, but we gotta store them, I think. Oh wait, no, we're not making stators yet. We haven't even connected anything. Getting a little ahead of myself. That's okay. We did all that so we could have a few more pipes to add to our stator build. How are things? Things are going pretty good, actually. Except I don't think I'm making enough steel pipes. But honestly, if that's my biggest problem, life is amazing. Let's see here. How are you doing? They did another update on Traveler's Rest. I have not seen that. Is it an update that would require me to start over? Like, is it good enough to start over, or should I just fire it back up from where we left off? Why do I feel like that's a crooked belt? That's a simple reason. It's like a crooked belt. I think what I'll do is I'll come out straight here. Then turn on an easily identifiable area. I guess I could turn in on this one here. We'll connect these from the back, like so. Oh, so you can, what do you have, like apiaries? You can have your own bees? I know you wanted to have your own bees. How should I come off of this belt? I should probably keep going, actually, and then peel it off to the side. All right, so we need to get back. Where are we? So this one is that one, and then this bottom one can just be this one. Ooh, that's crooked. Way more crooked than it should be. All right, there. That's slightly off. How's it getting worse? Why am I not seeing wire flow? I see it on this side. Lots of wire flowing fine on that side, but not on this side for some reason. Must be directionally wrong. How, though? That splitter somehow wasn't actually on that belt? Where was it if it wasn't on that belt? That was weird. can I run that without falling? Kinda. This will get our state of production started. Yeah, we're just struggling with steel pipe production. Of all things. Well, I know one way that we can get some extra steel pipe, at least short term. So we can at least test everything. Let's just come over here and... Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. Surely we put a local storage for steel pipe. Uh-oh. Did we not put storage for steel pipes? We didn't. Well, so much for that idea. I was just gonna grab some of our massive steel pipe storage and move it in. We need to clean these up anyway, so perfect timing. Could also grab this ore. Get that cleaned up. Apiaries for honey and beeswax. That's interesting. Well, that extra injection of steel pipe at least will give us a couple of minutes of making actual stators. Of course, none of that's happening until we actually connect everything. Somehow pipes aren't even making it here still. I don't think that this is working. Did I run into that plate? Ha, that's new. Let's see. How are you kidding me about this? I don't understand. We are really going to have to put a lot of steel pipe in here. Where did I drop it all? There we go. We're not making anywhere near enough steel pipe. We're gonna have to make some dedicated effort to that effect. The other one I was thinking about were the frames, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to put in all the frames. Bolted frame, 140 screws. 2 rows of screws could do that. But then we need... iron plate. Which that also takes a bunch of screws. I wonder how many frames we have lying around. This recipe requires a lot of iron. I still think it's worth it. The question is, what are we gonna do? Well, yeah, let's just connect the stators and get them stored at the very least. I got a few stators coming in. That's a total air ball. This guy's riding kind of low. The actual construction speed of these stators is so slow that we could probably merge 4 or 5 of these no problem. You might have to make another row for storage here. But how big do we want this mega factory to be width-wise? Well, we have a bit of an enforced limitation with that. Unless I'm going to go in and... Uh-oh. Oh boy. Unless I'm going to go in and change the height of that train support. Which I could do. But regardless, I think there's enough room if we go one more out. We can let that be our stator. Something else, something else, something else storage. Yeah, see, it's right on the edge at this point, which is fine. How much space did I put between these? Maybe we can just eyeball it. That's on the line. And this is in the middle. 3/4 of a foundation. Okay, now where do we connect this? I think if we dropped it straight into here, it'd probably be our best bet, right? The likelihood of we're going to have a full belt of stators at any given point, more than a full belt. Ugh, I hate to say that because that's exactly when you have a desire for 10 belts of stators. Then you have to admit to yourself you were wrong. It's a whole deal. So let's just kind of line you up with something like this. And hey, at least we can go in here and get the stator icon going. But hey, at least we can get in here and get the stator icon going. If I had the Mercer spheres, I could connect all this to the... But I don't. They stack to 150. That seems like a cruel joke. So our wire's ready to go. Our steel pipes, that's leaving something to be desired. Ooh, that amount of overclocking is going to be too much just for this all by itself. Yeah, we're not producing enough iron ingots. Clearly. This one is claiming to be slow. This line is claiming it can't supply. Where are you getting so many other iron ingots? Something is slower than I think it is. This one belt in. Oh, I see. Right. We need another belt like this. And then we probably need something like that on the backside as well. This guy's full. There's only one belt worth of output. Going up here. So we could theoretically bypass that upper level. Now we're getting some flow. I guess whatever it takes to move these things down the line faster. Yeah, it's interesting because this is definitely... I'd like to see another line here. It's full up to this point. But it's claiming... I think that's a good chunk of additional iron. So this belt looks like it's 50% speed. It looks like it's full speed here, and then something is slowing it way down. Either way, I think we're in a pretty good spot. And we'll just foist a block of iron ingots down here. I like this system, but it isn't perfect. By any means. All that, we made 373 stators. I want to see how the belt that's moving, I want to see what we're actually dealing with here. Oh, it's one of these. It's a Mark 1 and a Mark 1 fully overclocked. 600, we technically have this hooked up to 2 belts. That theoretically is enough. Ooh, where did that connect? To the bottom? Yeah, so it's in the middle, which is the reason why we're looking to upgrade this sky bridge. You know, my temptation is to try to pull off some shenanigans right around here. I think we'll just have to upgrade that later. We're gonna have to take a smelter review of this whole thing. Really crank out a serious amount. Yeah, we're just not supplying enough. I think I'm gonna put in one more. Oh, let's see how much the batteries are gonna cost us. $1,200 frames. That's the deal breaker. I could probably deal with the rest of that stuff. Ooh, yeah. Frames are issue. Reinforced plate are an issue. Regular old plates are the issue. Yeah, I was hoping to delete some of this stuff today, but looks like we're destined to keep the spaghetti for a little while longer. It's hard to quit carbs. Hard to believe that after all of the copper that we've been pulling in, or I'm sorry, all the iron we've been pulling in, that we still don't have anywhere near enough. That is shocking. I mean, all of these machines have, now they're sharing it, but they all have 2 belts of input. $100 per minute though. That still is enough to support 9 machines. Oh, I see. We've got 14 machines attached, so if we want to make more of that, we need to get moving on phase 3 and get aluminum going. All right, so I think we're a little ahead of ourselves at this point, right? Because steel pipes, encased beams, all that stuff, that's good, that's nice. I'm not upset that we have that, but we probably need to get copper going, good copper smeltery, get our iron smeltery expanded. A carbon steel. We've got enough for both, so let's just get both of these. Though I do love coated concrete. But let's see what the Caterium finish looks like. And the carbon steel finish. Those machines are mostly highlights. It would probably look most interesting on something like this guy. I mean, obviously you'll see it on the pipes. Of course, it's nighttime, so you really can't see it, but I can definitely tell. All right. was going to put in Jin Circle batteries, but I don't think I have the stuff. And we need to get some more infrastructure in place. I could put in the foundations for the Jin Circle batteries. Let's grab some concrete. So this is the Jin Circle. We don't have the stuff to make the batteries, but we could at least figure out where our center point is. Normally it's somewhere around 11. There's a half right here, maybe closer to a quarter. $24 and a quarter foundations. So the 12th one is probably fine. So that's, we're saying that's 12. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then, in order for this to be centered, it needs to be offset. The center of the power tower is actually 4 foundations. if we say this is the actual center, like that. Actually, before we delete all that, well, if I don't delete it now, it's going to be harder to delete it. Let's just delete one side. At least have that side be clean. And then we'll get some organization going. Right here. Six by 6 from the 4 in the middle. This feels bigger than it needs to be. Am I sure about this sizing? It's 6 total. Yeah, this is too big. 2 on this side, 2 on this side would be 6 by 6. Building a nice little foundation here. Stopping to check where we are. And we'll pop out to make sure that centered, at least visually. Is there a good corner ramp? Up corner ramp 4. All players in the way. It's not a nice thing to say. Let's get a little power connected. Okay, so theoretically anyway, once we get to the point where we're ready to build this, I'll leave that there just so we know where the power is, but the power will just go in straight there, up through the batteries. We'll just take an aerial view here. Oh yeah, that's centered. I think that's gonna work. Just put a power tower right there. Boop. I might have to just commit to just an absolute gang of these things. I've got a refinery version. It would require water. Of course, the refineries basically allow you to extend the life of whatever you're making, right? Normally iron ore is 1-to-1, but if you add a little water, you can turn it into almost 1 iron ore for 2 iron ingots. Almost. But then we got to get water in here. But then we did set ourselves up where we were thinking about piping in water. There's a little oasis over there that we could pipe water from. We're not going to use this water though. This water is purely for decoration. Because we're in the middle of the desert and we can afford it. I'm going to take another kind of aerial view. I mean, we could just look at the map. This is the water I'm thinking about. Dan, did you see the fuel refinery? So I could pump water from over here. Though I don't know how deep this is. A big project would be to try to pump it out of here. I don't know that I want to necessarily fall down there. Eden Crafters? Oh boy. Our tastes in games are obviously pretty similar, so I might have to check that one out. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Well, you know, there's a halfway decent number of berries over here. Yeah, there's some room. I could pull a little bit of water from here, but not really enough. You know? Well, actually, there might be enough in here to justify this. Spoiling this oasis with my water extractors.
Harmonize with us.
Actually, I could use a good Mercer's Sphere right about now. I can hear it. What? Oh. Is it kind of pseudo underground? There's a cave around here? I am definitely not seeing an entrance. Oh, it's in the water? Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's creepy looking.
Target
Thanks. I immediately went straight to there must be a cave around here. So I could pump water out of this little oasis, or I could go aggressive and pump it out of this ocean over here. Of course, if I'm willing to do that, then I probably shouldn't pump it from way over here. It's like extra unnecessary distance. Though there is some other stuff lying around. Pure Caterium. Ooh, there's actually not a lot of space here. Edge of the map is close. Let's see if we hit the death zone. Well, we could get a good number of extractors in here. And if we added this Caterium, pure Caterium to the mix, it might be worth the trip. A little bit of limestone. Not much else. So we would be making this trip almost exclusively. Oh, well, there's a ton of coal back here. I think I remember that coal. Right. It's a pretty good chunk of coal. But I think that's its own concern because we got all these things in here that we could pull from as well. How much limestone is in here? Normal. Yeah, I'll have to check out Eden Crafters, see what's going on. So yeah, I think we'll run it all the way out here, and then we'll have the little tendrils to get all the resources, as opposed to building trucks and more trains. I had never built trains for the purposes of moving liquids before, so I wanted to at least do that one time. We did that with our short line railroad. And away we go. Yeah, I have to admit, package fuel is way better. Oh, we missed. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Unless we hit this water. Ooh. Nice. I mean, a game that has the aesthetic options as satisfactory would be pretty... That's a pretty high bar. Oh yeah. So I think I was just gonna come over here and give you a quick peek at the refinery. I'm pretty happy with it. Obviously, I'm abusing my full Lumen gameplay. And I built this over the course of videos that are going to get released next week. But that's pretty much, what, 3/5 of it? Oil comes in there, gets refined to heavy. Heavy turns into fuel. I have to do the packaging and unpackaging thing because I'm still at phase 3. Then it gets burnt here. Then we'll have one out there that gets burnt. And then we'll have one over here that gets burnt. And that'll be 5 total circles. So I'm very excited to see how that comes out when it's done. Landing on that train almost got me killed. Thanks, I appreciate that. It's like 3 playthroughs worth of collecting blueprints and making tweaks to it. I almost got there during the last playthrough, but didn't quite get the... If you make the fuel in the center here, then you could distribute it to the other sections. But the center building here obviously needs a lot of aesthetic work. But each third of this sends fuel out to that. And I'm just recycling all of the canisters, which there's nothing particularly cool about that, but just explaining it. Are you kidding me? Are you really out of canisters again? How is that possible? I don't understand how that's possible. Now I have to decide if I want to move my space elevator, because I was going to put a circle around that. But I don't know if I want 2 circles that close to each other, so might have to make it a little tweak. I want to have enough canisters where nothing is waiting, but not so many that the canisters are paused. So I'm trying to inject just enough. But I'm surprised that it's got total empties. I mean, I've put extra canisters in here multiple times. Uh-oh. Coming in hot. We've got to be getting close to finding canister equilibrium here. These guys are having a hard time keeping up. Why is that slowing down? I don't understand what's going on here. If this is perfectly full, and this one's going to be perfectly full, these guys are all burning, but they're not taking fuel in. Either way, we still need more batteries. Right. Yeah, but I don't understand why the unpackagers are getting full. This pipe can handle 600. I know we've got a difference of opinion on how pipes work, but at the very least, I only have 8 of these, so 3, 6, 8 should only be 480. So I don't understand how these guys aren't keeping up. But they're claiming that these 2 fluid buffers are totally full. It's something to do with what's going on over here. Like, why is it that this guy is claiming to not have fuel? That's the question. Like, why is this slowing down? Flow rate is bopping up and down all over the place. I mean, I guess it's possible that I have a tiny section of marked one belt in here, but this is blueprinted, so if it were gonna be the case, it would already made itself evident. Start at the Jin bot getting fuel and work backwards. I mean, would valves help this? Should we put some valves down? That I would not like to think that that would be the answer. I mean, the weird solution, based on what you're saying, this guy only needs 20 per minute. How much is he taking? What if I put a valve on this and only allocated 20 per minute to it? Should be the perfect amount, right? I don't like this sloshing theory. Yeah, I agree that... Uh-oh. Did I miss the exit? Yeah, I missed the exit. Let's double back. I have set this up with no margin of error. So that one's claiming not to get enough. We're making enough fuel for this circle, as evidenced by the fact that we've got 2 fluid storage containers full of fuel. But for whatever reason, one 600 pipe isn't enough to feed 24 requests for 20. I mean, the only other thing I could think is just valve the whole circle. Just say, without a doubt, fuel can only run one direction. I wonder if I want to put a golden valve on this. Yeah, it feels like it's the coal power plant problem. I love that the little dials on this actually work. I think I tried the shutdown plan, but they didn't get fuel when they were shut down. The other thing I could try, I could split it. You want me to flush all this beautiful fuel? I'm thinking instead of allowing it to go all the way around the circle and come back to here, maybe it would be better just to split it. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, the first one is working. I mean, it's cheating because, well, is it cheating? Not really. I mean, the hardcore thought process would be there's just too much fuel. there's 24 of these. That's only 480. I could valve it off to only send 480 down there. If what you're saying is true, that, I mean, you're effectively saying that a full pipe is kind of working against us. And the only way that I know to make it so it's not a full pipe all the time without major redesign, I might redesign the other two. This is the only advantage of kind of building this incrementally. Is maybe we'll go through and, I mean, I could just valve this first one. If I go too hard on this, though, I could blow up the whole thing. Oh, well, we've got plenty of power. I'm going to set this to 0. I'd give each of these a fluid buffer if I could. I mean, it's not a matter of trust. I'm just trying stuff. I'm not trying to run it to empty. I'm just trying to run it down a little bit. Like how this pipe right here is doing anything except for, well, I guess it's pulling from the previous pipe. What do we have here? Like, how is this going up? This doesn't make any sense. I'm seeing the slosh. This doesn't make sense to me, though, because this is directional, and we're definitely pumping that way. Just for head lift. At this point, there really shouldn't be any fuel in here. How big is this segment? Why are you going to give me the power to set a valve limit if you're going to go over that amount? Flow rate dictates demand, right? So this is saying that there's a 481 demand currently happening. Some of these are full to the brim. Of course, they're now all basically empty. So the first generator is right here. Hold on. I mean, we could manipulate this thing to get it to full. But this... So, here's the... When it says 20 per minute, but then it also has a buffer. What is that telling me? It can pull more than 20 per minute. I mean, this one should be running perfectly. It's getting exactly 20 per minute now. Which is why it's not going up, but it's not going down. And that's because we valved this to send in exactly 20 per minute. If I ramp this up, it should start to fill up its internal buffer. Then if I go back down here and set it back to 20, it should stay right around 50 now forever. But that's effectively the same as letting it run wide open, because once it hits 50, it should only pull the amount that it needs. I think it's working now. It's just that this end one isn't getting fuel. Even though we've obviously are sending in exactly the right amount of fuel for all of them. So now, I guess the theory would be that these are all filling up now, trying to hit 50. So it's either this one or this one. So the flow at this point is already too low. Well, is it though? We're probably dealing with a pretty bad delay here, but this one, let me max this out. Every identical section should have the same amount of fluid on hand. The flow rate is really low out here, but it really shouldn't be quite that bad. Yeah, it's right near the halfway mark. Did I cut that already? It's bad news if I did, because that means we're not even running half of this successfully. I think I'm just gonna split this in half each direction, or whatever pipes decide to do with this. Pretty sure at some point in here I cut this off. Yeah, and this last one is the one that's working. I can hear it. Probably don't need to fill this section of pipe at all. All right. I think we're getting close, though. I'll have to give Eden Crafters a look. I think splitting it up like that is going to make things a lot better. Once they all get the fuel they need. And I'll set this up to max output. I think this is going to work itself out. I think the key here is to just have splitting this is probably the best way to go. I didn't think I was seeing fuel move into the ones that were off, but maybe it was just at that moment that I was looking at it, it just didn't have enough fuel to deal with it. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna alter. I'm gonna take this as a learning experience. I'm gonna go back to our primary blueprint development area. I made this in a 5x5 for some reason. One thing I could do is put fluid buffers on all of these. That's probably the answer all by itself. I'm gonna try that. So more buffers is always kind of my go-to. Let me try that as a test before I commit to that. My thought is that if the fluid buffer more or less gets filled, then obviously that machine won't have any trouble from then on. Of course, they all have to get filled for that to be true. I need a Mega Factory hyper cannon. Of course, now they all seem to be working. Well, see, now this one isn't. doing okay, but it's not doing great. This is on the wrong side. I mean, it just seems like these guys are not getting any fuel. It's an interesting test. I just don't know if it's going to work. I mean, technically speaking, each one of those fuel generators has a 50 fluid buffer on it. And the fact that we have we have 600 fluid worth ready to go at any given time. And we're only demanding a max of 480. When in doubt, I just add more buffers. Sad part is it works more often than it should. I want to rebuild this. Do not like how this came out. So instead, we're going to target right here. I guess we won't make it a super tiny pipe. Can we give ourselves enough room to build this thing is the question. I think if I go... Should I go deep this way? So when we go to build it, all we have to do is connect that piece to that piece. That's actually probably too small of a section. I want to extend that a little bit. Just so it's not like a tiny little section of pipe. The only other thing I could think of is to put another pipe in here. That effectively gives you twice the pipe to try to fill. And I could further valve this to ensure that it's directionally what we want. Clockwise, apparently, is what we want. exactly like this. So now we'll have 2 pipes of 600. Checking all the pipes to make sure that none of it's Mark 1 somehow. So when we go to build it, we'll have to build and then come back and connect pipe 1 and then pipe 2. And then this side should always point in the correct direction. We'll try it in a single direction because we kind of forced our hand in that way by putting the valves on there. I think that's pretty much all we could do at this point. I'm going to save this, but I think I want to call this V2. Just in case, if it's worse than the one that I already have, I won't have to redesign it. There's a space between them. It should be okay. Oh yeah, did I forget to put power poles up here last time? I think I did. Yeah, there's no power connected at all, actually. Ugh. One, two, right in the middle. 1, 2, right in the middle. Trying to get this wire up here but hidden right there, so we can connect all of these with this power pole, which isn't really doing the heavy lifting because this power pole is actually connecting it to the system. Down here is the actual power connection, but if we connect one of these, then we can connect them all with power out here. So is that arcy enough? Let's get it arced out so it looks a little bit more circular. And then when it comes time to Fixmas, we can turn that into Fixmas lights. And that'll look really cool. A nice circle of that. We're making way more power than we're using. Those famous last words. Next second you turn around and you're at negative 50,000 megawatts. I'm gonna go over here, check in on the number of stators. Hopefully it's more than a couple hundred. Ugh, 400 is really not much more than that. We might have to break down and make foundries. They obviously want us to make foundries. We're just not making enough iron to support full rows of steel here. But let's deal with that in the next episode. I think next time I want to finish the fuel generator, but we don't really need to finish it right now. We've got 5,000 megawatts more power than we're using. So I think I'm going to be good, and I'll consider just building out a mass amount of infrastructure to pull in the coal, the iron, the deuterium, the water. And we'll just make good old-fashioned steel pipes. After we make steel ingots. Oh man, they want us to make... Oh man, we could have so much more. This is close to a full belt's worth. If we use this recipe. Of course, the problem with that is that we already are complaining about not having enough iron ingots. Yeah, we're not making enough iron ingots. I just don't think we're pumping enough iron ore into this system. And or we're not kind of mixing it all together. So somewhere out there, there's a impure or normal node that's doing all it can, but it's not enough to even fill one belt. And then we've got other nodes that are sitting here totally idle. I mean, the hack way to do this would be to I could connect this output to this input. Then delete this. Then add some input onto here. Should I just do the whole thing? I could probably spend a whole day just trying to optimize this little mess that I've made for myself. I'm targeting 6 iron ore belts to make their way into this storage. Oh well, we've got some upgrade opportunities here. I'm gonna have to rip this up and set it up again. This iron ore input is just turning into a bit of a nightmare. Let me look at this tomorrow. I think we need to basically reconsider 100% of what we've got going on here. Which means we probably need to relook at our mega storage blueprint. Though I am happy to see that those tweaks did give us 2 full belts. So that's good to see. I mean, this is a jog and a half. I guess I could put 2 more smelteries down here, or I could just commit to resetting it and doubling down on the smeltery here. Just make this a really smoky, disgusting area. We'll have to see, but we'll have to see it tomorrow. I think we're going to come back. I need to think about it. We need more iron ingots. We need steel. We need pipes. We basically need everything. We just need to take a day, focus on the basics. If I was going to critique myself in anything at all, it would be that I do kind of skip things. Skipping things isn't necessarily bad, but you have to come back at some point. So, like, this could just be a smeltery floor. Just make all iron ore over here. And all steel ingots over here. And then maybe we'll store those steel ingots on the copper side. We also need a copper and caterium. So many things that we need to smelt. But we could make this a uber smeltery section. And then we don't typically need a ton of caterium. What we need is a lot of copper. So that sort of introduces the question of, do we want to deal with water? Oh boy. This is how it starts. This is how it starts. 1200 water, or 20 water per minute. So one pipe could handle 30 machines. You know, I'm thinking about my problem. Now I'm wondering if it's just gravity working against me. Normally I pump liquids or fluids up and then let gravity do the work to make sure everybody has fluids. I think I need a water tower. These things just keep getting worse. The redesign would be, I could use the design that I have there, do something fancy with it, pump it all the way up to the top and then repipe it. I don't know. I need to think about it. It's a lot. Because I'd have to... Well, it wouldn't be too bad if I changed it now. Oh. I didn't mean to land on this. It wouldn't be too bad if I changed it now. I could change it to like a fuel water tower. Pump it up. Give it some gravity feed. And then just let it drop down. That has always been my best case scenario. Plus it'll give me an opportunity to do a design for fuel towers. Of course, then it's like, if that really works, do you really want to do 3 of those and nothing else? Yeah, whatever fuel we're getting now, or whatever power we're getting now, it's more than enough. So maybe I'm just solving a problem that I don't really have yet. I'm sitting on 8,000 power. Really the problem is I'm not harnessing that extra power that I'm generating. I might have to try the fluid tower. I could theoretically put a fluid tower on top of the power tower. Try for best of both worlds. I am stopping. I am not trying to go another half hour. I'm trying to go another 2 minutes, but I have a question in my own mind about what does this look like with the fluid background. With the fluid background. No, it doesn't tile. I could build a little, and it would be little, just a tiny circular thing to go on top of this. But I would need something, some sort of hook to go with it. I don't know what that is quite yet. But let me log off. I'll come back tomorrow. We'll solve all these problems. Problem is in order to get the power tower, I need a bunch of stuff that I don't have easy access to. In order to get that stuff, I would need... Wait, actually, you know what? They might actually have... No. I might have some of these required frames. Thinking it all through. Yeah, there's 900 frames sitting there. And there's 800 sitting there. So we actually have all the frames we need. And then we're short on stators. We should have a few over here. We got 900 stators sitting right here. So we could build that tomorrow. We're going to build it tomorrow. It's going to be an aesthetic day mostly, with some functional finger crossing to go with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the battery section for the power tower. Start harnessing some of that power that we're making. Right here. Power tower going there. And then we'll build a little thing up here that's kind of a circular piece that will hold the fuel. We'll reconnect this to go under, over, up. Then once it's all up here and gravity's working for us, we'll reconnect all these generators based off of the gravity side of things. I think that will solve our fuel not being pulled in issue, because the gravity will just keep all the pipes extra full. But hey, I almost said that's just a theory, but I'm not gonna do that to you. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow.